Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, open our hearts to your movement in our midst as we trust your providence and cling to your promises. Give us wisdom and spiritual eyes to see you at work. Lord, keep our lawmakers from being intimidated by the challenges they face as you protect them by ordering their steps. Clothe them with the armor of integrity, shield them with your truth, and guide them with your power. Lord, help our senators to please you by living blameless, holy, and peaceful lives. Give them a hunger for your words and a desire to apply your knowledge in their daily walk. And Lord, we pray that your mercy and grace will sustain former President Joe Biden and his family. We pray in your precious name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There you go. Caesar.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
This month of May is a month that's devoted to what we call Mental Health Awareness Month. So every day, we know Americans cope with depression, anxiety, loneliness, hopelessness, without a support system to help alleviate the burden. To anyone who is struggling, you're not alone. The National Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at 988 to offer free and confidential support. Through telehealth, people can connect with mental health professionals from the comfort of their home, breaking down barriers like distance and stigma. As chairman of the Senate Finance Committee in 2020, I played a key role in making access to mental telehealth a permanent benefit in Medicare. State Medicaid programs and commercial insurance have likewise done the same. Today, 2/3 of telehealth is for mental health conditions. Last month, I introduced a bill with this title, Fighting Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Act. It takes an essential step towards ensuring first responders have easy access to mental health care that they need and they deserve. I also recently sent a letter to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to ensure information about inpatient psychiatric facilities is clear and accessible to better support patients with serious mental health illness in having access to high-quality, safe care. while the Centers for Medicaid and Medicaid Services has web-based tools to find and compare healthcare providers, that agency lacks the tools and the key information for comparing the quality and safety of inpatient psychiatric facilities so that those patients can make informed decisions. I will continue to make sure that no one faces their struggles alone and that high-quality care is always within reach. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, this evening, we're going to once again vote to begin consideration of the Genius Act. And I'm hoping that the second time will be the charm. We were here 11 days ago, Mr. President, in the same place when Democrats inexplicably chose to block this legislation. The question is why? Well, that's a good question, Mr. President. Stablecoin regulation is a bipartisan issue. This bill reflects the bipartisan consensus on this issue. And it's had an open and bipartisan process since the very beginning. What we used around here to call regular order. In March, the Banking Committee marked up the bill text, considering 40 amendments. And the bill ultimately passed out of the committee by a vote of 18-6 with support from 5 Democrats. And since then, both Republicans and Democrat members have worked to advance this legislation. That is, until a week and a half ago when Democrats suddenly decided to block it just as we were getting ready to have a debate on the floor. Mr. President, the bill brought up a week and a half ago is the exact same bill the Democrats apparently now are willing to move forward on. And then, as now, Republicans were committed to a full debate on the floor, with the chance for further bipartisan amendments to the already bipartisan piece of legislation. So it's really hard to understand why we needed to wait an additional 11 days for Democrats to finally agree to move. I'm not sure if Democrats wanted to deny Republicans and President Trump a bipartisan legislative victory and then perhaps thought better of their obstruction, or what. But at least we finally seem to be here, Mr. President, ready to take up this bill. Because this is important legislation. The use of cryptocurrency has exploded from the margins to the mainstream, and stablecoins have emerged as a key part of the crypto ecosystem. They offer the speed and security of the blockchain with the stability and usability of the dollar bill. And they provide a business and consumer-friendly way to make payments. But stablecoin issuers and users face challenges. In the United States, stablecoins have operated in a legal gray zone. There are no clear rules of the road to follow. And between that and the Biden administration's targeting crypto companies with numerous lawsuits, many U.S.-based crypto companies have contemplated moving overseas. Not something we want to see if we want the United States to remain at the forefront of financial innovation. Fortunately, the Genius Act addresses these problems by providing a clear regulatory framework for stablecoins, a framework that will protect consumers and our national security while helping to keep the United States at the forefront of financial innovation. The bill will also create demand for the U.S. dollar and U.S. treasuries, a good thing for both our national security and our fiscal house. So this is an important bill, Mr. President, and I'm glad that it looks like we are finally going to be able to take it up. And I hope that in the future, we'll be able to take up bipartisan legislation without these unnecessary delays. I want to again thank my colleagues from both parties for their work on this bill. Senators Hagerty, Lummis, and Tim Scott have worked tirelessly with Senators Gillibrand and also Brooks and their members. And they all deserve a ton of credit for listening to their respective sides of the aisle. So, Mr. President, I look forward to beginning the floor debate later today. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Or call the roll.
It is also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic Whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We are,
I ask consent to be suspended.
without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me tell you a story. It's one of the oldest in our country. It is a story of the American dream. It's one of perseverance, where anyone, regardless of their background or circumstances, can achieve success and upward mobility through hard work and determination. It means a job that pays a fair wage, a school that prepares our kids for a better life, a doctor who sees you when you're sick, and a roof over your head at night. We're now in the midst of debating soon a reconciliation bill. For those not familiar with the term, it is basically a special budget bill. If you consider this a legislative organization or body, and I do, if we were accused of legislating this year, I'm afraid there's not enough evidence to convict us. We've been in session now for 5 months. We've passed 5 bills, one a month. If we were being paid for piecework, we would have been left behind for the last 5 months. But now comes this reconciliation bill and tries to do everything at once. It's starting over in the House of Representatives. Assuming it passes there, it will come over here. What does it do, this reconciliation bill, this spending bill, budget cutting bill? It dismantles the American dream. It strips our institutions of essential services that help the most vulnerable people in our country, all so that the ultimate goal can be served. And what is that goal? To give larger tax breaks to wealthy people. If you don't have time to read more than 1,000 pages of these cuts in this reconciliation bill, let me give you a shortened version. It isn't pretty. Billionaires will win, American families will lose. President Trump asked Republicans in Congress to provide a massive giveaway to the richest Americans. And they want to use programs like Medicaid cuts, food and nutrition programs, and medical research funding as a piggy bank for these tax cuts for wealthy people. Let's take Medicaid, for example. Medicaid insures 1 in 4 people in my home state of Illinois. 1 out of 4. 3.4 million people on Medicaid, including 1.5 million children. How important is it? Medicaid is a program, insurance program, covers nearly half of all births in our state. 2/3 of nursing home residents receive Medicaid assistance. That's your mom, your dad, your grandparents. And the majority of patients with mental health counseling count on Medicaid. The majority of the money for mental health counseling comes from that program. It's a lifeline for children's hospitals. It's a lifeline for rural hospitals. Knowing how unpopular it is to deprive America of health care, for months the Republicans have said Democrats have got it all wrong. We're not cutting Medicaid benefits. We're simply focusing on waste, fraud, and abuse. Now, if there's a program that's wasteful or fraudulent, Republicans are taking a chainsaw to our health care system and ripping health insurance away. At the end of the day, their reconciliation proposal will remove Medicaid insurance for 14 million Americans. Mr. President, if you've ever lived in a circumstance where you had no health insurance, it's a sobering, unforgettable experience. I've been there. A sick child and no health insurance. It's something you'll never forget. The reconciliation plan of the Republicans buries eligible patients in complex paperwork requirements that'll wrap them in so much red tape they'll never get the care they need. Just think if you have an illness in the family, a serious illness, and you have to go through a high-stakes government red tape gauntlet, another government form, another telephone recording when you need a helping hand. And it decimates the funding system for Medicaid, which will force rural hospitals to cut services or close altogether. 3 weeks ago, 20 hospital administrators from my state came. Most of them were from downstate, where I live, where I grew up. They told the story of what the reconciliation bill means to them: cutting services in communities, closing down critical hospitals. Instead of 20 minutes for that pregnant woman with her first baby to get to the doctor, to get to the hospital, instead of 20 minutes, it'll be an hour and 20 minutes. Does it make a difference? How would you like to be driving the car under those circumstances? You'll never forget it. Republicans are also targeting food and nutrition programs like SNAP. 40 million Americans rely on these programs to provide food on the table, including nearly 2 million in Illinois. They are looking to cut food and nutrition benefits by as much as $290 billion, the largest cut to anti-hunger funding in our nation's history. I was home in Springfield over the weekend. My wife came back from the grocery store, and she said, "I can't believe these prices. Prices are too high, and they keep going higher." And what do the Republicans want to do? Cut the benefits to pay for the food that people need to put on the table. It'll take food assistance away from 6 million Americans. And how much money do people receive? Well, it turns out the average SNAP recipient, the Food and Nutrition Program at the federal level, the average recipient is paid $5 a day. Try to live on $5 a day and imagine what their life must be like. That's right. The Republican reconciliation bill will take food off the table of seniors and children so they can pay for these billionaire tax cuts. If that sounds like an exaggeration, it's not. As Republicans strip Americans of their health care and SNAP benefits, millionaires and billionaires will continue to see tax breaks coming their way. In their bill, Republicans give huge tax breaks to multi-billion-dollar corporations. They exempt up to $28 million in taxes from estates where the wealthiest Americans pass on their wealth to their children. In the same breath, they fail to expand the child tax credit, which is one of the most effective tools to reduce poverty and put money back in the pockets of working families. Remember, it was Democrats who expanded the child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan, which led to a historic reduction in poverty in the U.S. Research showed that child poverty fell immediately and substantially to the lowest on record, 5.2%. So who needs a tax break? Working families are the wealthiest people in our country. For me, the answer is obvious. Republicans are also planning to eliminate the Clean Energy Tax Credit enacted in the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, which would derail efforts to strengthen U.S. energy security and lower costs. This would hurt American families and small businesses by hitting them with higher energy bills and the loss of nearly 800,000 jobs over the next 5 years. Some states could see double-digit percentage increases in electricity bills, which means hundreds of dollars out of Americans' pockets each year. Just a few hours ago, the White House claimed that their reckless plan, quote, does not add to the deficit. Someone said that with a straight face. But in reality, it explodes the deficit under the guise of fiscal responsibility. The White House and Republican reconciliation plan would add $3.3 trillion to the nation's deficit over the next 10 years for tax breaks for wealthy people. President Trump's record-breaking deficit in his first term will reach new depths of debt to pay for billionaire tax cuts. Donald Trump is claiming that his sprawling trade war will somehow pay this bill, but no one buys that, and no one can even explain it the way he does. America's small businesses, workers, farmers, and families are hurting because of this administration's tariffs, while the president continues to weaken America's credibility and alienate us from our biggest trading partners. If all of this wasn't bad enough, Republican Speaker Johnson cut a deal with members of the House Freedom Caucus over the weekend in order to move this bill. It is reported that they discussed accelerating the plan to condition Medicaid health coverage on red tape requirements. These were originally set for 2029. They now want to end people's insurance as soon as possible, maybe by the end of this year, as well as quicker phase out of clean energy tax credits that were put into law as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. That's right, the package isn't bad enough for conservative Republicans to support, so they're considering making it even worse for American families. Americans of all political affiliations rely on critical services that Republicans plan to cut, not just Democrats. Slashing life-saving health care, cutting food and nutrition benefits for mothers trying to feed their families will hurt Americans in blue and red states. I've heard my colleagues give speeches about tough choices. Well, let me tell you, choosing to line the pockets of people like Elon Musk while cutting life-saving medical research isn't tough, it's shameful. American families aren't asking for special treatment. They're asking for a fair shot at the American dream. They're asking us to remember this country works best when we invest in its people. We need 4 Republicans with the good sense to join Democrats and say no to this disaster. 2 have already stepped forward. We need 2 more. The sooner the better. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Colorado.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to honor the incredible life of Reverend Dr. James D. Peters, seated here. Reverend Dr. James D. Peters, Jr., I should say, who passed away last week at the age of 92. And what a life he lived. James was truly one of the greatest men I've ever known. Reverend Peters' story started not far from these walls here in Washington, D.C. He grew up in Washington during a time of deep segregation and became an early leader in the civil rights movements of the 1950s, the 1960s, and into the 1970s. In 1957, he helped found the Southern Christian Leadership Conference along with Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. He worked with Dr. King for many years to help shape the course of American history. He marched unbowed in the March on Washington in 1963 and numerous other marches, notably Selma, across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in 1965. Reverend Peters carried that same commitment when he came to Denver and to Colorado, that same commitment to justice. For more than 28 years, he preached Dr. King's gospel of freedom and unity as pastor of the New Hope Baptist Church, the largest black church in Denver. He also served many years on the Colorado Civil Rights Commission to make Colorado a better place for all our residents. Along the way, he had a significant impact on many of Colorado's leaders. I was one of them. In 2003, I was the newly elected mayor of Denver, not quite inaugurated yet, when on July 5th, Paul Childs was shot and killed in his own front hall by an inexperienced Denver police officer. Paul was only 15 years old, but he was beloved by his community, and his death shook the entire city. Following that awful tragedy, Reverend Peters, alongside my predecessor, Wellington Webb, who was one of the great mayors of the 20th century, they helped organize their community and mentored me on the appropriate ways to address this tragedy in such a way that it could be constructive, that somehow the community would be made stronger and more resilient. Reverend Peters knew that the community had to change and use this tragedy to make a better future for the entire community. He was one of those leaders who helped us create Denver's first citizen oversight board to oversee the Denver Police and Sheriff Departments and make sure any allegations of police misconduct could be investigated, and to make sure that all neighborhoods had an active voice in how their neighborhoods were policed. He also helped us start the Office of the Independent Monitor with subpoena power, again, to make sure that allegations of police misconduct could be fully investigated. Over the past 20 years, the Citizen Board and the Independent Monitor have worked to improve the policies of Denver's police departments and improve the relationship and the trust between the community and law enforcement. Many, many years later, about 8 years ago, I was fortunate enough to join Reverend Peters along with Reverend Dr. Patrick Demmer and a small group in Montgomery to visit the National Memorial for Peace and Justice, our country's first national memorial to victims of lynching and racial terrorism in the United States. It's hard to describe the feeling of that memorial. The power is so immense. The weight of our country's nagging, persistent shame remains so heavy. Walking through the memorial with Reverend Peters, he spoke about his life growing up in Washington, D.C. during segregation, and his fierce belief in nonviolence and nonviolent movements. He reflected on how their nonviolent tactics led more and more people to join them. He knew that we are strongest when we're united, when we're marching hand in hand. Walking next to Dr. Reverend Peters, it was impossible not to feel buoyed up by the enduring hope that he carried with him pretty much at all times. I think so many of those lessons from Reverend Dr. Peters still ring true today. As Reverend Peters' friend and mentor, Dr. King, famously said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." Like many around the country today, I've felt that in recent years the arc has not bent as far as we had hoped. But if Reverend Peters taught us one thing, it is that neither today or tomorrow is the day to bow our heads. We can't give up our work and our dreams that Dr. Peters fought so hard for. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back the floor.
Mr. President.
Sure.
Mr. President, today our thoughts and prayers are with President Biden and his entire family after his cancer diagnosis this weekend. If there's one thing we all know about President Biden, it's that he's a fighter. All his life, he's faced adversity and tragedy, the worst kind. And each time his response has been the same. He's faced it with grace, with courage, and with the kind of resilience that only can come from God. This is no different. I know President Biden will face this hardship with everything he's got. So today, the entire Senate wishes Joe Biden our very best. We will pray for him, we will root for him, and we know he will bounce back, just as he's done his whole life. Now, on the Qatar plane and the Middle East. Last week, Donald Trump concluded a visit to the Middle East that was a smashing success for his own bottom line, but a dubious outcome for America's economic and security interest. First, on the Qatari plane. Last week, Donald Trump confirmed that he would accept a $400 million luxury Boeing 747 plane offered by Qatar to use as Air Force One, the largest bribe to an American president in modern history. So today, I am introducing the Presidential Airlift Security Act, prohibiting the use of any foreign plane to be utilized as Air Force One. Senate Republicans, who say they're troubled by this Qatari gift, should join me in supporting this very common sense legislation. It should not take an act of Congress to stop the President of the United States from accepting the largest foreign bribe in modern history. But we're dealing with a president who has shown he's perfectly willing to sell out the American people and the presidency to fill his own pockets. Specifically, my legislation would prohibit even a single taxpayer dollar from being used by the Department of Defense to procure, modify, or retrofit any foreign aircraft to be used in transporting a U.S. president. For one, overhauling a foreign luxury plane to serve as Air Force One would cost billions of taxpayer dollars. The refurbishing alone would cost more than the value of the plane itself. And it would take years. It's a senseless waste of taxpayer resources. Using a foreign plane as Air Force One would also bring unimaginable national security risks. National security experts from one end of the country to the other agree. No matter how many modifications are made, or how much is spent, or how intensely it's retrofitted, there will never be 100% confidence that the plane is secure. This is not a gamble anyone should be willing to take. It makes no practical sense for Donald Trump to accept this luxury gift when other alternatives in the works are less risky and less costly for taxpayers. This gift reeks of corruption and naked self-enrichment. It reeks of corruption and naked self-enrichment. And Republicans should stand up and support our bill, defend national security, and protect Americans. In the meantime, I will continue my hold on all political Department of Justice nominees until we get more answers about this clearly unethical deal. Now on the Saudi chip deal. Today I'm joining with Senator Warren to lead Senate Democrats in calling on Secretaries Lutnick and Rubio to hit pause on a number of chip deals Donald Trump announced last week with Saudi Arabia and the UAE. I am alarmed that these deals announced by Donald Trump, which involve the most advanced AI-related semiconductors, have national security threat written all over them. Without clear and enforceable protections, I'm worried that these chips will gradually end up in the hands of the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, given how cozy the Saudi and Emiratis have been with the Chinese. Recent history shows that when foreign countries end up with American-made chips, the Chinese government, the CCP, and their related companies get a hold of these chips. DeepSeek's AI model was precisely accomplished with U.S.-made chips. Now Donald Trump wants to potentially open up another loophole with his Middle East chip deals. Over the years, Chinese companies in the CCP have forged deep ties with the same Middle Eastern countries that Donald Trump is now giving unfettered access to our most advanced AI chips. No serious national security expert would tell you this is on the level. It not only threatens our security, but also risks cannibalizing the U.S. build-out of AI. If we want to stay number one in AI, which we all do, this is the wrong deal. Why is Donald Trump building the future of AI in the Middle East, not in America? We all know that he's desperate. Trump is desperate to show the world he's Mr. Art of the deal. But he's so desperate to tout these deals that he's not thinking and protecting the long-term security and jobs implications to our country. With this deal, American AI chips are being given to the highest bidder at the expense of the American people and American dominance in the rapidly growing and important field of AI. On the hostages in Gaza, last week we witnessed a moment of hope, the release of American, Israeli, and New Jersey resident Edan Alexander, former New Jersey resident Edan Alexander, who had been held in Hamas captivity for nearly 600 days. But our work is far from over. We must keep fighting for the release of all 58 hostages still being held by Hamas, including the remains of 4 New Yorkers who were brutally murdered: Omer Nutra, Itay Chen, Gad Chagai, and Judy Weinstein. I call on all parties to seize the momentum of Edan's release, to secure a deal, one that secures the release of the remaining hostages, delivers an immediate surge of humanitarian aid and food for innocent Palestinians in Gaza, and moves us toward a durable and lasting security peace in the region. As negotiations continue, I urge both the Israeli government and the Trump administration to do everything possible to ensure full access to life-saving aid, shelter, and essential services for all innocent civilians in Gaza. On tariffs. Last week, Walmart announced that soon it will raise prices on its products nationwide. Then, over the weekend, Donald Trump, who started this stupid trade war to begin with, tried to bully and harass Walmart for having the gall of being transparent about the decision, for having the gall to show that prices are going up because of Donald Trump's tariffs. Then today, CEO of J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon, warned the impact of tariffs have not yet passed through the broader economy. Even Donald Trump's scaled-back tariffs are, quote, pretty extreme, unquote, in Dimon's words. So Donald Trump can try to blame businesses when they're forced to raise prices, but he can't escape the economic realities of his own trade war. He made this mess. He's sending prices up. He will bear the responsibility. Donald Trump will. Finally, it's pretty rich for Donald Trump to tell retailers that they have to, quote, eat the tariffs, but meanwhile he's accepting luxury planes and crypto deals in the Middle East. Donald Trump does far more to help himself than to help America. On the tax scam. On Friday, Moody's Ratings downgraded the U.S. government's credit rating, citing rising fiscal deficits, soaring interest costs, and fears that Republicans are about to make things worse. You'd think Moody's announcement would be a wake-up call to the so-called party of responsibility, of fiscal responsibility, to stop their multi-trillion-dollar giveaway to the ultra-rich. But nope. Last night, Republicans cleared another hurdle to pass their billionaire boondoggle, one that adds trillions to the national debt. Republicans have forfeited any credibility when it comes to complaining about government waste. They are now the undisputed kings of reckless spending, and their big, beautiful bill is their crown jewel. Permanently extending these billionaire tax giveaways could add as much as $50 trillion to the national debt in the next 30 years. $50 trillion. And no matter what Republicans say, these tax breaks are not going to pay for themselves. The last Trump tax cuts certainly didn't. Why will these be any different, particularly given the economic chaos Donald Trump has created with tariffs? Americans have to be wondering, what are we getting in return for this fiscal time bomb? The answer is this: more tax breaks for those at the top. That's it. Those at the bottom, meanwhile, are getting ripped off. A study from Wharton released on Friday found that many Americans making less than $51,000 a year would lose after-tax income under the Republican proposal. You heard that right. Many making less than $51,000, that's a lot of Americans, would see their incomes go down. Future generations, meanwhile, will be condemned to a lifetime of higher borrowing costs, incurable inflation, and diminished economic potential. This is the entire goal behind the Republican so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Help the ultra-rich today, screw the middle class tomorrow. That's not beautiful. That's ugly. I yield the floor.
Recognize the senator from Texas.
Mr. President, it's no secret to the people of Texas that they carried a disproportionate share of the burden from President Biden's mismanagement of the southern border during the last 4 years. In an attempt to shield our state from this crisis of historic mass migration, drug trafficking, and human trafficking, Governor Abbott and our state leadership initiated something called Operation Lone Star, which resulted in the apprehension of more than 500,000 illegal immigrants by Texas law enforcement. Since the start of this mission, law enforcement in Texas has arrested more than 50,000 criminals, built more than 240 miles of border barrier, and seized more than 500 million deadly doses of fentanyl. Governor Abbott has said that this effort enabled Texas to reduce illegal immigration across the state border by 87%. But these efforts were not without cost to Texas taxpayers. And recall, this is an international border, which by definition means it's a federal responsibility. But what's the state supposed to do when the federal government simply drops the ball or refuses to enforce the law? Operation Lone Star cost my state billions of dollars, and this was only necessary because the federal government simply abdicated its responsibility. Last week, I introduced legislation to fulfill Governor Abbott's request that the state be reimbursed for the more than $11 billion that the state of Texas has had to spend on border enforcement to fill the gaps left by President Biden's open border policies. My State Border Security Assistance Act will provide funds to the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security to reimburse states for actions they took after President Biden's failure to secure the border. It will reimburse states the costs of border wall construction, border surveillance, and the apprehension, detention, and prosecution of individuals who violate U.S. laws. This legislation will appropriate the funds needed to reimburse Texas, and it will sunset at the end of the Trump administration, returning any remaining money to the U.S. Treasury. While this effort is supported by the entire Republican Texas delegation, my colleague and fellow Texan, Congressman Chip Roy, a member of the Rules Committee, is taking the lead on similar legislation in the House, and I'm thankful for his partnership and his leadership in this effort. But there's no doubt that this historic crisis was a direct result of President Biden's policies. Starting on the campaign trail, President Biden invited the massive wave of illegal immigration to the United States by essentially holding up a big welcome sign. Illegal migrants from around the world cheered President Biden's election and his open border policies, and the Biden-Harris administration did not disappoint them. President Biden abused our immigration processes and rolled out the red carpet to let in millions of unvetted illegal migrants. And the number he let in through illegitimate means does not even account for the millions more of gotaways, which is what the Border Patrol calls them, people trying to actively evade law enforcement activity. President Biden could have been more destructive of border security if he had tried. Early in his presidency, he ended President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy that had been remarkably effective. The Biden administration halted construction of President Trump's border wall and instead used federal funds to store already paid for wall materials. As this crisis continued to evolve, President Biden ended Title 42, the COVID-era policy that was our last line of defense when President Biden refused to do anything else to limit the flow of illegal immigration. After undoing all of the successful policies of the first Trump administration, President Biden then decided to circumvent Congress and attempt to make illegal immigration legal by abusing authorities under the Immigration and Nationality Act. His Department of Homeland Security actually created an app called the CBP, or Customs and Border Protection app, which allowed migrants to register in advance, to schedule an appointment, to then be released into the interior of the United States. Another Biden-Harris administration program allowed up to 30,000 migrants a month to enter from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. They were allowed to enter without any questions, any vetting, and they were also given work permits so they could then compete with American citizens and people legally in the United States. Of course, we know the tragic consequences of these misguided policies resulted in a crisis of mass illegal immigration. But not just illegal immigration, it also included human trafficking and drug trafficking across our southern border. During all 4 years of the Biden administration, the number of illegal migrant encounters with Customs and Border Protection totaled more than 10 million. 10 million people from around the world showing up at the border only to be waved through by the Biden-Harris administration. There were more than 1.7 million known gotaways who evaded Border Patrol entirely and are roaming freely somewhere in the interior of the country, up to who knows what. Fentanyl, which has taken far too many lives in this country, particularly our youngsters, is made with Chinese precursor chemicals that were smuggled through the open border and, as I said, have taken far too many innocent lives. There could be no question about who's responsible for this crisis of gross proportion. The responsibility belongs with President Biden and his misguided policies. This has become even more obvious when we look at the great success that President Trump has had in securing the border in a few short months and actually reversing the ongoing crisis. After 4-year highs of illegal immigration, Customs and Border Protection is now facing record lows in border encounters. As soon as President Trump was elected, but even before he took office, the numbers began to go down because people understood they would no longer be able to cross the border indiscriminately and without proper legal credentials. In November and December of last year, encounters were at their lowest levels between ports of entry since August of 2020. And for the first 2 weeks of January this year, Customs and Border Protection encounters were nearly 50% lower than they were at the same point in 2021 at the start of the Biden administration. During the latter half of the month, when President Trump actually took office, apprehensions fell by a staggering 85% compared to the same period in 2024. And during the entire month of January, there were less than 1,500 apprehensions a day, which sounds like a lot, but it was a 40% decline from December of last year.
In President Trump's first 100 days in office, daily border encounters decreased by approximately 95%. Now, I recall that President Biden and our colleagues across the aisle said in the run-up to the campaign, we need to pass some more laws so that the border can be secured. But what this demonstrates is that we didn't need any new laws. We needed a president who would actually enforce the law, which is what we got with President Trump. These wins by the Trump administration since President Trump was sworn into office were a direct result of the deterrent effect created by President Trump's policy changes. Migrants and the coyotes and the cartels who smuggle people across our border along with drugs and engage in all sorts of other illegal activity know now that our laws will be enforced under President Trump and Secretary Noem. And so they are deterred from even trying in many instances. Why spend $10,000 or so to have a human smuggler try to get you into the country if you know that you're unlikely to be successful under President Trump's policies? That is the deterrent effect of actually enforcing the law, something President Biden refused to do. This is pretty basic stuff, Mr. President. This is not rocket science. Instead of rolling out the welcome mat like President Biden, President Trump began his second administration by pulling up the drawbridge. On day one of his administration, President Trump declared a national emergency at the southern border, giving him flexibility under our laws to restore order. He ended the disastrous policies of catch and release and reinstated his own tested and proven remain in Mexico policy. Secretary Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, began her tenure as the head of President Trump's Homeland Security agenda by sending a clear message that she intends to enforce the laws to prevent illegal immigration. But she didn't stop there. Under her leadership, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, their arrests have increased by more than 600%. This includes arrests of criminal migrants, which have more than doubled. President Trump and Secretary Noem returned to a common-sense case-by-case approach to humanitarian parole, which had been abused under the Biden administration. And they've clawed back about $80 million spent by FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to house illegal immigrants in luxury hotels in places like New York City. These policies were part of the reason President Trump got elected. What we had on November the 5th was a referendum on President Biden's border policies, and obviously the voters preferred President Trump's approach. But my point is, Mr. President, that in the 4 years of the Biden administration, somebody had to deal with this flow of humanity and drugs and trafficking across the border. And in my state, my governor and the state leadership, to their credit, stepped up. Texans have had to bear the brunt of open borders, rampant crime, and deadly fentanyl for the past 4 years. I'm very thankful to President Trump and Secretary Noem for their leadership in ensuring that Americans and Texans once again are safe and secure. But the damage done by President Biden and his policies must be undone. It must be rectified. Congress must reimburse the state of Texas for the costs incurred fulfilling in for our then absentee president. I'll continue working with President Trump, Governor Abbott, and the entire Texas delegation, as well as Senator John Thune and Speaker Johnson, to ensure that this priority is included in the reconciliation bill. President Biden abdicated his duty to keep our citizens safe, and the state of Texas must be made whole for its effort to protect Texans and the rest of the country from the consequences of his misguided policies. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about the Genius Act. Analysts expect that passing the Genius Act could grow the stablecoin market tenfold over just the next 3 years. That would take a $200 billion market to a $2 trillion market, making it just a little bit smaller than the entire GDP of Canada. 2 weeks ago, Democrats refused to vote for the bill because it had inadequate safeguards for consumers and it posed too much risk, both for our financial stability and our national security. Democrats also voted no because the bill failed to address President Trump's blatant crypto corruption. So, here we are again. What has changed in the bill since the last vote? The answer? Not much. Its basic flaws remain unaddressed. While a strong stablecoin bill is the best possible outcome, this weak bill is worse than no bill at all. First, corruption. It is fitting that we are voting on the Genius Act just a few days before President Trump hosts a, quote, private, intimate dinner and a VIP White House tour for the top investors in his meme coin, many of whom remain anonymous. Buyers, including some apparently foreign investors, reportedly spent an estimated $148 million in the contest, enriching Donald Trump and his family. And yet, this pay-to-play scheme is only the tip of the iceberg of the president's crypto corruption. Trump and his family have already pocketed hundreds of millions of dollars from his crypto ventures, and they stand to make hundreds of millions more from his stablecoin, USD1, if this bill passes. It launched only weeks ago, but USD1 is already the 5th largest stablecoin in the entire world. Passing this bill means that we can expect more anonymous buyers, big companies, and foreign governments to use the president's stablecoin as both a shadowy bank account shielded from government oversight and as a way to pay off the president personally. For crooks, it is a 2-for-1. This is not a hypothetical problem. Already, an Abu Dhabi investment firm called MGX is using Trump's stablecoin to finance a $2 billion investment in the Binance cryptocurrency exchange, essentially just cutting Trump in on the deal of this enormous financial transaction. MGH is chaired by the intelligence chief of the United Arab Emirates and co-owned by a firm with extensive ties to the Chinese government. If Congress passes this bill, USD won't just be a coercive tool to pay off a corrupt president. It will be a financial instrument blessed by the United States government. And this bill provides even more opportunities to reward buyers of Trump's coins with favors like tariff exemptions, pardons, and government appointments. For months, many Democrats have pushed for common sense ethics provisions in this bill. Unfortunately, the final bill does nothing to rein in the president's crypto corruption. But some supporters say, well, that's because the corruption's already happening, and at least this bill won't make it any worse. That is wrong. The Genius Act will accelerate Trump's corruption by supercharging the size of the stablecoin market and the reach and profitability of Trump's USD1. And for the first time in American history, this bill will make our president, Donald Trump, the regulator of his own financial product. This Congress should be a check on the president. Congress should not be making it even easier for him to line his pockets with even more shady crypto cash. If Congress does not fix this issue here today, then it will be aiding and abetting his corruption every time President Trump's stablecoin is used to finance a corrupt deal. Second problem, financial stability. I am deeply concerned that this bill will directly lead to the next financial meltdown. This is not the first time that Congress has listened to the financial industry and created a weak regulatory regime for a new, innovative financial product. We have seen this story before, and we know how it ends. 25 years ago, Congress passed the Commodity Futures Modernization Act to support the obscure financial derivatives market, and almost nobody noticed. At the time, derivatives were a relatively niche financial product. Most people really didn't understand what they were or what they did. But when the derivatives industry came knocking, begging for so-called regulation, Congress was willing to oblige. After all, people said, surely some kind of regulatory framework was better than nothing. So Congress created a weak set of rules that was loaded with loopholes, just like the industry wanted. The result was a total disaster. Derivatives moved from the edge of the financial system to the center of it. The result was that a law so massively expanded the reach of the derivatives market and further integrated it into the core financial system. That bill helped set the stage for the 2008 financial crash. Congress came back after the meltdown and cleaned up the mess in Dodd-Frank, but that was long after 10 million people lost their homes and millions more people lost their jobs and their savings. In the last decade, we saw this story in another version and just barely avoided another disaster because of it. In 2018, Congress debated and enacted S. 2155, the Bipartisan Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act, right here on the floor of the Senate. Republicans and the banking industry pushed that bill, and a number of Democrats joined them as well. They voted to roll back critical post-2008 crisis reforms for some of the largest banks in the country. 5 years later, just 5 years later, 3 of those newly deregulated banks failed. Those 3 failures were the second, third, and fourth largest failures among banks in American history. For a while, it looked like we might face a run on the whole banking system. Swift action by regulators to bail out uninsured depositors and a whole lot of luck are the only reasons we didn't face yet another financial meltdown just 2 years ago. And now, here we are back to do the same thing again. A financial meltdown triggered by crypto instability is not some alarmist fever dream. In fact, it nearly happened just a few years ago. Crypto markets abruptly lost $2 trillion, that's trillion with a T, after the collapse of several major crypto firms. In 2022, 2 of the largest stable coins failed to maintain their pegs. Now, luckily, these cryptocurrency markets were mostly separate from the rest of the financial system, so we avoided the mass economic destruction. That ends today if we enact this bill. The Genius Act folds stablecoins directly into the traditional financial system while applying weaker safeguards than banks or investment companies must adhere to. Make no mistake, we are likely to see another financial crisis in the coming years, and we are virtually certain to see another set of wild swings in cryptocurrency values. And it will be the American people who will bear the costs of a massive financial crash facilitated by the stablecoin market if Congress passes the Genius Act. Third problem, if this bill passes, it will mean easier access to money for terrorists and drug cartels. Even today, the crypto industry's own analysts are calling stablecoins, quote, the new kingpin of illicit crypto activity. According to Chainalysis, a blockchain analytics firm, stablecoins account for more than 60% of all illicit crypto transactions. There's a reason for this. These stablecoins are an ideal payment system that works for cartels, terrorists, sanctions evaders, and human traffickers to finance crime. Unfortunately, the Genius Act massively expands the marketplace for stablecoins while failing to address the basic national security risks posed by them. The bill fails to apply anti-money laundering safeguards to exchanges and intermediaries that facilitate the movement, obfuscation, and custody of stablecoins. The bill includes glaring loopholes that would allow Tether, which has reportedly become the cryptocurrency of choice for illicit actors because of its alleged willingness to turn a blind eye to money laundering, to now get access to U.S. markets. In fact, the bill text now contains a so-called decentralized finance loophole that allows Tether and other non-compliant stablecoins to access U.S. markets without any constraints, a loophole that does not exist today and that didn't even exist in the bill until this past weekend. I don't want to see fentanyl traffickers or child pornographers or terrorists or countries that are trying to avoid sanctions all finance their operations with US-backed stablecoins. And I certainly don't want to see a major expansion of access to money by America's adversaries. But if we pass this bill in its current form, that is exactly where we are headed. Fourth problem, if this bill passes, it will allow Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg to issue their own money. The bill still permits big tech companies and other conglomerates to issue their own private currencies. Community banks have warned us that by creating a parallel, lightly regulated banking system, the stablecoin market will drain deposits from our local community banks and from the communities they serve. There will be less funding available for small businesses and households all across the country. So, if this bill becomes law, Congress will be responsible if a handful of giants take control of our money and then access and abuse troves of valuable consumer spending data. We will be responsible if small businesses struggle to access credit and if more community banks disappear. Finally, if this bill passes, Main Street investors will be at greater risk of getting robbed and scammed. The bill jeopardizes the CFPB oversight and the suite of consumer protections that people enjoy when using their Venmo app or their bank account. If you get cheated using a stablecoin, you may just be out of luck. Our constituents will be reaching out to our offices because they have fallen victim to a stablecoin scam or have been saddled with junk fees when they redeem their stablecoin, only to discover that in many cases there will be no recourse. Congress should not choose to enable President Trump's egregious corruption. Congress should not fuel the next financial crash. Congress should not put consumers at risk for fraud or make it easier to engage in terrorist activities. It doesn't have to be this way. A bill that meaningfully strengthens oversight of the stablecoin market is worth enacting. a bill that turbocharges the stablecoin market while facilitating the president's corruption and undermining national security, financial stability, and consumer protection is worse than no bill at all. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Genius Act. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, or Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. It's good to see you and be with you. Madam President, American families are struggling with the cost of living. And one of the biggest challenges they face is the incredibly high cost of prescription drugs. Now, last week, President Trump signed a new executive order that tries to implement international reference pricing on prescription drugs for Americans. At his press conference, President Trump called out pharmaceutical companies for, quote, price gouging, which he described as, quote, a great American ripoff. Madam President, I agree with President Trump. Prescription drugs are too expensive in America, and we are getting ripped off. And there is no reason that pharmaceutical companies should charge American patients more than they charge people in other countries. And these excessive price gouging practices have forced many Americans to pay 4 times or 5 times, even 6 times for the same life-saving medications as folks in other countries pay. There's absolutely no justification for that. Now, in the last Congress, the Inflation Reduction Act was a significant step towards combating Big Pharma's price gouging and lowering prices for American patients. That act allowed Medicare the ability to negotiate drug prices for the first time ever. By the way, that's something that all other countries do. They protect their citizens from price gouging. That bill meant 20,000 Vermonters who take 1 or more of the first 10 drugs selected by Medicare for negotiation will see lower prices starting in 2026. That can't come soon enough. Over 27,000 Vermonters will save an average of $600 annually thanks to the $2,000 annual out-of-pocket cost cap that began in January of 2025. The Inflation Reduction Act will save senior Vermonters on Medicare a total of more than $21 million on prescription drugs. But when you're the multi-billion-dollar pharmaceutical industry, you've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve to thwart any policy that cuts into your profits. One of Big Pharma's favorite refrains is that reference pricing, where we pay essentially the same as everybody else pays, not 5 times more, will put a strain on research and innovation. That is false. The fact of the matter is that over 2 decades, the world's largest biopharmaceutical companies have spent way more on advertising and way more on administrative costs, including, by the way, multi-million-dollar CEO pay packages, than they have spent on research and development. And by the way, what they do spend on research and development is subsidized by taxpayers. So while pharma is doing these maneuvers to keep prices up, real people are hurting. On average, Americans spend over $1,400 on prescription drugs every year. That's the highest per capita spending in the world. And it's one of the reasons why healthcare costs are so high. By the way, not just with the cost for Medicaid and Medicare, but for employers who care about their employees and are fighting against ever-increasing insurance premiums that makes that almost out of reach, or makes them make a decision between increasing pay, which workers want and workers need, and maintaining health care benefits that workers want and workers need. And you know, there's a part of this that I think is really sad and particularly cruel on the part of pharma. They have this incredible pricing power that comes in part because of the patent that they are granted. It comes in part because there is a market that's created through taxpayers with Medicare and Medicaid. But it is exploited because what pharma knows is what you and I know. If a member of your family, if your partner, a person you love, is in need of a medication, you'll do whatever it takes. You'll get a second mortgage if you have a home. You'll postpone getting a car that you need. You'll go into your retirement savings, whatever it takes. So this predatory practice of taking advantage of the love one American has for another to exploit on the pricing side is, in my view, quite outrageous. But the cruelty of this situation is that you can have folks in Vermont, just miles from the border in Canada, where right over across the border, folks are paying 5 times less than what we pay on the Vermont side of the border. And I've heard from so many folks, and I'll bet you've heard similar stories, Madam President, who've told me the story of dealing with, in this case, type 1 diabetes, and they're trying to get their mental health back in a better place. The medication they were put on at the beginning of the year was helping, but the cost more than tripled suddenly, and they can't afford to pay $800 a month, yet they're worried about a relapse. And that story isn't unique. Everyday folks in Vermont, and in red and blue states across the country, are paying more for their drugs than the same folks are paying for in other countries. And by the way, one of the things that I find so compelling about this is we agree, both sides of the aisle, that costs for Americans are too high. We agree, both sides of the aisle, that folks need health care. And we do agree, most of us, that the pharma prices are way too high. So this is something, in my view, we can and should do together. The Inflation Reduction Act has reined in pharma's abusive tactics, but only minimally, by forcing them to the table for the first time. That's good, but we need to do more. You know, Trump's executive order is implying the poke it with a stick strategy, announcing a new policy and waiting to see what happens. His new executive order will face the same practical challenges this time around as it did in Trump's first administration, from pharmaceutical companies looking to obscure their pricing margins. You know, they tell us how tough times are, even as on the phone calls with Wall Street analysts, they're saying how wonderful times are. And we have to face up to that in order, as Congress, to support a lower price approach, which includes negotiation and includes reference pricings. You know, patients across the country who can't afford these drugs need it now. They need them now, not in 10 years. And you know, the American people, they do want action in lowering prescription drug prices. And for the life of every person I talk to in Vermont, and I'm sure this is true with the folks you talk to in Florida, they just can't understand why we have to pay 5 times more than folks in other countries. And they particularly can't understand it when our taxpayers have provided much of the funding for research that went into the creation of these drugs in the first place. I'm very proud to join with my colleague from Missouri, Senator Hawley, in introducing bipartisan legislation that will offer relief for millions of patients by prohibiting pharmaceutical companies from selling drugs here in the United States at higher prices than the international average. Very basic, very fair. Our bill will put an end to Big Pharma's practice of forcing Americans to pay the highest prices in the world for medications. The bottom line is that President Trump has issued an executive order that I support. My hope is that he's going to follow through, because we are going to need the leadership of the President of the United States and the influence he has in Congress to get us on both sides of this Capitol to get international reference pricing and to make more progress on price negotiation, all for the goal of making life-saving medications more accessible to folks on Medicare, folks on Medicaid, to folks who have private insurance, and also to bring down the cost for our employers who are facing relentless upward spikes in healthcare premiums. So I'll extend the same challenge to President Trump that he extended to the pharmaceutical companies. Let's get real. As President Trump put it in his inimitable way, don't get cute about avoiding the responsibility we have to bring down prescription drug prices. So I call on my colleagues and I call on President Trump to follow words with actions. We've got to follow through on this debate. We know how to do it, to bring down Big Pharma's prices and stand up to their greed and support the Hawley-Welch bill to ensure that no one in America ever faces an impossible choice between paying for prescriptions that they need or putting food on the table or paying the rent or fixing a broken down car. Madam President, I yield back.
Madam President,
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Kushner nomination.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Charles Kushner of New York to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the French Republic, and to serve concurrently and without additional compensation as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the Principality of Monaco, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Charles Kushner of New York to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the French Republic, and to serve concurrently and without additional compensation as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the Principality of Monaco, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gilliram, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Cassidy, Collins, Crapo, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Hoven, Hydesmith, Johnson, Justice, Moody, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Mr. Booker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Warner, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Charles Kushner of New York to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the French Republic and the Principality of Monaco.
Senator from Michigan. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota, or North Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that we vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection. Question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Thank you. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, thank you. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you. Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, thank you, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Capito, Cornyn, Fisher, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lummis, Marino, and Schmidt. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Klobuchar, Merkley, Ossoff, and Rosen. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Alston-Brooks, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Wyden, No. Mr. Van Hollen? No. Mr. Budd? Aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Thank you. Mr. Rono? No. Mr. Tuberville? Aye. Mr. Gallego? No. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Welch, no.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Warner, no. Nomination is confirmed.
Okay. On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the mandatory quorum call with respect to calendar number 66S 1582 be waived.
Is there an objection? Without objection. Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. And the question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S 1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule, and the clerk will call the roll.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 66, S1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
The ayes and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal.
That's what we're gonna do. I get it. We all get it.
Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Sorono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt Rochester, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Heinrich, Hovind, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lujan, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Ossoff, Padilla, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schiff, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Slotkin, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Wicker, Young. Senators voting the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Hirono, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Paul, Peters, Reed, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kim, no. Miss Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Mr. Warnock. Aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. No. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
The ayes are 66 and the nays are 32. The motion is agreed to. The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration. The Senate now proceed to S-Res 143.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 143, supporting the designation of May 29, 2025 as Mental Health Awareness and Agriculture Day to raise awareness around mental health in the agriculture industry and workforce and to continue to reduce stigma associated with mental illness.
Is there an objection to proceeding? Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the in-block consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk, S-Res 234 and S-Res 235.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measures in block? Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table, all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, May 20th, and following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today at the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed. The Senate resume consideration of the motion to proceed to calendar number 66, S-1582, the Genius Act post-cloture. Further, the Senate recess from 12:30 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. to allow for the weekly conference meetings, and that all time during recess, adjournment, and leader remarks count post-closure on the motion to proceed to S-1582.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.